RP, welcome to the stream. I normally start it at 1 minute 30 in, just so I can have a puff of me vape and a sip of me coffee. Welcome back, guys, to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are back in the Unreal Engine. I think is it 5.7.4 or 5.7.2? I can never remember. There's so many versions out there. But welcome back. Last night's stream. Oh, sorry. No, I didn't RP. No, I was knackered. It was 6 o'clock in the morning when I went to bed, dude. But I will check it out, don't worry. So those of you that are watching the last stream, it was split into 2 streams last night. The first part was Blender. We modelled 5 assets for the game, each with 5 variants, so essentially 25 different assets. We then brought those assets into Engine, and we set up the raycast and how it functions, and then we created a blueprint for the paperclip. I did some research and I found out what the problem was with the highlighting not working. You will not believe what it was, RP. I think you saw it last night. Thanks for the spam comment, Quater. Essentially, under the blueprint, not within here, so under the static mesh itself, we can leave enable nanite support on, but what you actually need to do is go on to the static mesh within the hierarchy of the components, and you type nanite, and it's this. So if I turn that off, watch what happens. We go up to the item. Nothing. Watch this. Disallow nanite. Hey, look at that. We've got a raycast. Or the outline, the highlight. You see that? So the highlight is now working. It's ridiculous, isn't it? We had quite a few people in chat last night trying to suggest the fixes, and it was a fucking tick box. The amount of times I've had issues in game development, and 9 times out of 10, it's been a tick box or some option somewhere to resolve the issue. So it's, if anyone else has the same problem with highlighting their objects and it not highlighting, you just go into the object you want to highlight within the components, search for nanite, and you want to choose disallow nanite. And that's the fix. Now, you'll notice the highlight, if I just come in here, I don't want to see it. I'm going to do none so we won't see the raycast. So you see with the paperclip, because it's a bit of a very decimated paperclip, the outline doesn't look that great. So what I'm going to do is we're going to quickly hop into Blender, really quickly remodel the paperclip, and we'll check that the highlight feature looks better on that object. So here's my paperclip. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide those, and we're just going to redo one real quick. So I'm going to have that there for scale. So we're going to save. We're going to add a plane, scale it down, and then go to edit mode, vertices, merge at center, and we have our vertex there. So I'm just going to move it along the X, and I'm just going to redo what I did yesterday. So we extrude. We basically make the shape of the paperclip, guys. Welcome to the stream, Adele. I've also noticed the chat option on Streamlabs. Essentially, the multi-stream chat window, it doesn't show YouTube chat. So what I've done is I've actually gone onto my YouTube channel and I've basically done the pop-out chat, so I can now see YouTube chatters. So I don't know if anyone was watching last night and they were trying to add suggestions to the wheel spinner that we were doing, but it's all working now, so it's all groovy. And we can actually get the meat and bones on the functionality of the game now that we've fixed the issue with what was it? The highlighting, sorry. I think I do need that thing. That add-on. What was it called? I remember it because you have options. Was it loops or something? Spell Rogue. That sounds cool. Loop tools. I think that was it. We need to just put on... I always forget to do that. There we go. Loop tools. No. Right, we're just going to do what we did yesterday. Modifier. I'm gonna then do a control 1. I mean, to be fair, that looks good as it is. It's 900 tries. I'll make it a little bit thicker. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to apply that skin. And then we're going to do a decimate, but we want to be careful. We don't want it looking shite. So we're just quickly remodeling the paperclip, guys, because you can see the difference. It's a bit too low poly. That looks good to me. Um, What has happened to the geometry there? What the fuck has happened to the geometry? Jesus Christ, man. We'll just quickly fix this. That has done a weird job, the decimation there. Very peculiar. Much better. That was very strange, wasn't it, guys? I'm not very good at deck building games. I think I've got a few more libraries. I mean, I'm good at the Pokemon trading card game. And 4 Souls, but I mean, that's kind of a deck building game. I'm happy with that. That's a much better. That's a much better. I just want to fix this geometry. It's gone weird, man. I don't know why the decimation's done some weird shit to it, dude. Crazy, bro. I mean, the Decimate is a good tool, but just got to be careful with it. Much better. Compared to my previous paperclip, I made a bit of a pig's ear of that. Welcome to the stream, guys. Feel free to drop a comment. So what we're going to do is put that back there. And then have it about there. And then I am going to set Origin 3D cursor. We're going to copy paperclip beige, and then we're going to delete that one, rename that, go into the shading. That's not very. That's not a very I'm just looking at the colours. This is grey. Grey, green, brown, blue. I don't know why the metallic was so high on that. Okay, that's the redone paperclip. So now what we're going to do is we're going to copy the name of blue. We're going to delete blue. We're going to duplicate. We're going to duplicate beige because it's the fixed one. Rename it blue. And then do the same for the other three. Okay, right, so we've remodeled the paper clips. Now what we need to do is just re-export them. Beige. Right, moment of truth, guys. We're hoping that is going to look a lot less shite. They already look much, much better. Oh, that's much better, isn't it? Now, I am playing in very low quality, guys. So, it does look a little bit low, but that's so much better. Compared to the previous shape I had. I'm sorry about last night, guys, when I came to a bit of a stump with why it wasn't highlighting. When I got into bed, I literally just found a video on highlighting, and the bit that was most vital was that disallow nanite. That was the whole issue. It wasn't anything to do with the material, it was a fucking checkbox. Okay. So when we look at objects, they're now getting a highlight to indicate that's what we're looking at. Okay, so I'm going to have a sip of my coffee. Now, what I did last night was I made a blueprint actor for the paperclip. But what we're going to do is create a pickup parent. And within there, we're going to have a load of variables and the highlighting feature. Because there is going to be a lot of props in this game, so we need to make sure that it's as like efficient as possible. Okay, so let me just save all. Right, so we're going to go into right, so this is going to be BP I'm going to call it collectible. No, just call it pickup, don't complicate it. We'll call it BP pickup. And then we're going to add a static mesh. And then at the moment it's empty. We don't need to add anything to it. And then we're going to do a new function. Call it on. We'll call it on look. So basically, when the mouse is looking at it, that's why we've given it that option. Um, da, 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 da. We'll call it hover material. And there we go, we've got that in there. And then we're going to need a new function. We're going to need a boolean as well. So whenever it's looked at, when it's been looked at, we're saying set the highlight material and say it's been looked at. And then for the onLook end, we also need to do the nanite thing, remember? Disallow nanite. That is the most important thing. And then we'll do a new function called we'll call it look at pickup. And then the code that we did yesterday, we're basically going to copy that. Hold on, fucking hell. So the code that we did yesterday does the line trace, but it's doing it literally every frame. So what we want to do is kind of limit that. I don't know. Right, so the function that we did is that. So we're going to set a timer by the function name, and this will basically, instead of it using the on event tick, in here we can basically say, okay, I want this to happen, you know, every so often. And we can define that in here. So if we did 0.2, if we just unplug that one, oh, it needs to be looping, sorry. So you can see there, it's not doing it every frame, it's doing it however long we define. And then we cast to pickup like that. And then the event that we did, which is over here, the on look, we're going to call that. And then I think we're going to promote it as a variable. Call it object cited. And then we're going to need an is valid. And then the hovered the hovered object will get plugged into this. And then off of the true, sorry. Hold on. We can tidy up this blueprint. What I should be able to do actually. I did. I will show you what it was, binary, and you're going to be shocked, bro. I honestly, when I did it, bro, I couldn't believe what it was. It's ridiculous. Honestly, dude. Honestly. You're going to be like, you're joking. Oh, I need to convert that. It's basically a checkbox. Oh, hey, long arm. Sorry, I didn't see a comment, dude. Welcome to the stream, dude. It was a problem with trying to get objects to highlight. You won't believe it, right? So last night we made this paperclip, this actor, and under the static mesh, you just choose this: disallow nanite. That's it. It was literally a fucking checkbox, and that was the solution. Everyone in chat last night was like, trying to come up with fixes, and none of us could figure it out. Well, no, you don't actually need to do it on here. Where we've got this, you don't actually need to untick that. It's when you're on the static mesh within the actor, you search nanite, and you need to make sure you disallow nanite within here. I was saying a moment ago, like 9 times out of 10, when there's a problem and you can't figure it out, it's normally a fucking checkbox or something ridiculous. So now that we've got this working, this logic currently works for BP pickup. So essentially what we need to do is we need to get rid of this paperclip beige. Okay. And then we'll make a child. So what we need to do is delete those, save, and then it's going to give me an error. There we go, memory reference. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to just close Unreal and then reopen it. It's mental, isn't it? Out of all the problems, it was a little tick box. Couldn't believe it. I was like, when I went to bed last night, it was bugging me, and I was like, what the hell? What is the solution? Just couldn't figure it out, and then yeah, I found a video, and out of all the other videos showed the exact same logic for the bloody material, the highlight material, but none of them specified about the nanite tick box on the rendering. So I'm very grateful to the person that made the video that said that. Right, so this is going to be BP paperclip beige. Right. There should have been. There we go, the mesh. So we should define the mesh in here. Now, if we drag this in, what I'm going to do, I'm actually just going to scale up those. It is working. You see that? I need to make them a bit bigger. There we go. I need to turn off that line cast is just obscuring my view. There we go. Welcome to the stream, Ben. I'm making a organisation sim type game where you kind of tidy up messy shops and put the items back where they need to go. So we're in the early stages at the moment. I've modelled five assets with 5 variants, so we've got 25 assets essentially. So that's what I'm doing. I'm basically getting the functionality up. I'm making this game with a friend, and yeah, you'll see all of the development process. It's all going to be documented on, well, my live streams. So there we go. That's a little bit more clearer now. Okay. So we're looking at that object. So looks nice though, doesn't it? It's nice to see it working, because last night we're at a bit of a brick wall with the fucking thing. Apologies to YouTube viewers, by the way. I know that the stream is vertical. I am streaming on Twitch horizontally. Streamlabs won't let me do horizontal to YouTube as well. I'm wondering if that's because I've not got like the turbo Streamlabs thing. I think it's called Turbo. So anyway, we've got the highlight feature going. I might change it to the yellow. But what I want to do, I want to put in some of the other objects, guys. And what we want is physics enabled on these. I'll be doing a bit of research on other games in the same genre. And what they tend to do, sometimes they don't have the physics. So if you were to pick an item from a stack of items, and if you were to pick like 4 items below the top item, and then there's an empty space below the object, it doesn't fall back down, and it looks a bit shit. So we want to enable physics so that these items essentially will drop to the floor. So if I Right, they're not dropping. Complex as simple collision. So it doesn't like that. Interesting. There we go, they just dropped. Alright, let's do a test. Is there a box where I can turn off snapping? Oh god, it's been a while. Perspective, there we go. Oh my god, dude, it's been so long since I've been in Unreal. Like all the hotkeys. I'm pressing like Blender hotkeys. I just want to see how it looks. Nice. I'm thinking we should have some kind of like little cursor or something. Something very faint. But you can see there, when we're looking at the objects, they're getting highlighted. It's so nice seeing that working. Okay. Right, now what we're going to do is we're going to bring in the other ones. So we need to make sure that the other objects, I'm going to make a note of this, all assets, simple and complex on static mesh. Okay, so what we're going to do, guys, is we are going to go into our blueprints, and we're basically going to create another child. And the only thing we need to do within the blueprint is just set the static mesh, because it's inheriting from this parent. The parent handles the logic for just setting the overlay material. So we can come out of Hold on. Yeah, that's on. Off, sorry. So if I close paperclip beige, I'm just going to copy collision there. Let's do one of the what other assets have we got? Let's do pencil case cyan. And then we need to just go on here and do simple and complex. And then if we go back to our scene, oh no! Hold on. Enable gravity is on. 1 sec. Paperclip beige, simulate physics. It's really annoying when they don't fucking when they open in a new window. I'm sure there's an option for that. Simulate physics. Oh, bro. Why were those ones? Why is that one not dropping? Why the fuck is that one not dropping? Enable gravity. Settings are the same. Why are you being a bastard then? Why is that one? Bear with me, guys. Oh, bell end. No, it's not that. Sorry. Why is that one not dropping? Fucking hell. Oh, you fucking idiot. Oh, you know what? Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Can you see the problem? I'm such a twat. Can you see the problem? Let's see who can spot it first. Why are they not dropping? Just have a think. Look very carefully, guys. Just have a look. It's very, very obvious. Yeah. I didn't drop in the actor I created. I just put in the fucking static meshes like an amateur. What is this, amateur hour? What an absolute twat. Let's pretend I didn't do that, guys. Yeah? Let's just pretend that never happened. You didn't see anything. Honestly. Okay, so I'm thinking, maybe if we did, I think a yellow highlight might look nicer. Oh, I can't believe it. I'd literally binary. I just dropped in the static mesh and not the bloody thing. Okay. I know the edges of it look a little bit rough and haggedy, but we are running in like quite low. You can see how rough those edges look. But if I was to change to high, there we go. Just a little bit better. Fucking those paper clips are enormous. Okay, so what we want to do now... Whoa! I'm surfing a pencil case! What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Oh, dude. Right, so basically we need to allow the player to kind of just walk through the objects. That's hilarious. Surfing a pencil case, dude. That was so funny. Okay. Right, so let's go into here. Determine whether a character can step up on it. Well, I want to allow the pawn. I would be the pawn, but we want it to still interact with the other actors. Now, do these get classed as a pawn? Don't think they do. Let's just go into custom, and we're going to ignore the player. So I should be able to... Whoa! Interesting. I'm still walking on... Oh, it'd be overlap, I think. No, that's generating... I'm being a right fucking knob. It would be ignore. Can characters step up on it? No. I love physics-based games. This is inheriting from the parents, so whatever changes I make on this should go across to the children that I've created. Ignore should make me be able to pass through that. Yeah. So it is inheriting from that. If I do physics body, because like you can, I want it to react to checkbox. Who knew? Let's just see if that does the job. No, we're still. I want to see if it will interact with the other props. Bear with me, guys. Oh, you are being a bastard, aren't you? There we go. I'm walking through them now. Ignore physics body. If I do block, can you see that? I'm walking in a straight line. Can you see my character's getting moved? If I just do that again, if I just walk in a straight line forward, and then if I turn physics body ignore, There we go. We can now walk through our objects. But these should still interact with one another. Alright. So now we can pass through those. Problem sorted. So what do we want to do? We need to create the other. Basically what we can do, because these are children of that, I can just copy this and then change the static mesh, rename it, because these are inheriting from this. We're going to want to have name features as well, so when the player's looking at an item it will say what the object is. So, but what I want to do is we want to get the player to be able to pick up these objects. And I've done this in another project. Sorry, I randomly beatbox sometimes. So I'm going to open up. Hold on. I say frequently, I've been having these shitty blue screens, just random crashes at times. I'm not sure if it's the RAM or drivers. You never know when you're going to get a crash, so always save your work, guys. Ready for next time. So what I'm opening now is the very first game I ever made. It's called An Enchanted Escape. Why is it not loading? This is available on itch if you want to play it. Completely free. This is what we want. Okay, so we'll have it as left mouse. It's basically the same code as what we've already got in the other project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this onto my second monitor and replicate this code. This was one of my first, well, it was the first game I ever made. Okay, so right, so we want to have left mouse click, left mouse. Alright. So I can go into here, copy that, and then Um, I should have done tag. Pickup. There we go. Right, pickup is a tag. Right, so now we do hit component. This is where it's going to get fun, guys. Fuck off. Okay. We're going to get the physics handle. What have I missed? Component has tag pickup. That is spelled correctly. Pickup. I think that's why. I have a feeling it might be because of the... Let's try it again. I have a feeling it's because with the capsule component, if I change that to overlap, Oh, you fucking idiot. Oh, you bellend. Oh, you absolute twonk. What an absolute penis. I didn't connect that, you fucking idiot. Twat. Right. Now, I think because I can walk through the objects. Right, if I go in a straight line, I can walk through them. But we need to, because we're ignoring and bearing in mind that the mesh on the parent pickup is a physics body and we're ignoring it, that's probably why we're not able to do it. So I'm going to overlap that. Why are you not picking up, mate? A new event graph for the player. We know the line cast has been done. If I turn off trace complex, come on, dude. I'm just looking at the code on my other screen, guys. That should be working. That should. Right. Twat. I think I know why. Why am I swearing so much? Right, I think I know why it's not working. Okay, we're going to do a function. And we're going to call this carry item. No, I need to keep the naming consistent. Call it carry pickup. Ugh! This was why it wasn't working, guys. Such a bellend. Such a noob. That's my favourite insult. Bellend. Oh, you twat. I'm skipping ahead too fast. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. So it's because I had time on 0.1. Because I had it on 0. Setting the time to 0 seconds will clear it if it is set. So we just have it on 0.1 basically. And if we go to the carry pickup, what you'll notice, guys, is when I'm on here, it's setting that object to that distance because it's copied the what's it, the 500 that I've been using for basically the pickup range. And what we could always do, we could always rename that as a variable. Like we could just promote that to a variable. This could be promoted to a variable as pickup range. So that's the pickup timer. So if we call this that's annoying. If we call this distance, if I call it site distance or distance to site, so we can change this variable in here and it will update in here without us having to come into the graph all the time. So this is distance to site an object, and then within the carry pickup, this is distance to hold or distance to pick up. So we call this. So if we did decide to add any kind of power-up features further down the line, then we can adjust this accordingly. So if I stand here, we're picking it up, but we don't want it that close to us. This is basically setting hold on. No, this should be that's distance to site. The carry pickup, that's we should rename that actually. Object distance object hold distance. And then in here, this one would be distance to site. I'm going to call that distance to collect, because this is the one. Right, so you see there at the moment that's quite a distance. What we want to do is we want to set the distance that the player holds the object. So if I say 200, there we go. So that's basically much closer now. Now what I want players to do is have the option to rotate the object, because there's a lot of games like Fallout and Skyrim and other games where you can kind of hold the object in front of you. Now you'll notice as I'm moving, this isn't updating the rotation of the object. So essentially what we need to do, we've got the pickup, like if I click other objects, I could do this for hours. So now what we need to do is we need to have a release the object, and then we're going to tackle the those pencil cases look so good. So the next thing is to release the object. I think it'd be quite fun to have a tiny bit of force when a player releases it, because it'll be a physics-based game, and we'll obviously put in restrictions so the player can't lose an item and break the game, because all the objects will need to go on certain shelves and storage, and if the player fucks around and yeets an object into a place they can't get it, they're fucked. So what we're gonna do now is put in the release the object, and then we're going to get it. So you can see at the moment, as I'm looking around, the paperclip is holding its position because we're not really changing it. Okay. So we need that rotation to match the player. So let's get the release in there, guys. So I'm thinking if left mouse is to pick up, and if we just have right mouse as release. Everyone enjoying the stream? It's nice we're actually making progress with the dev now, because last night wound me up so much where we had the issue with the highlighting not working. And I hate it sometimes when you have problems like that, because it feels like wasted time. Flipping through screens trying to find a solution and then you can't. It's just annoying. Right, so if I pick up an object and then right mouse click, we can drop it back down now. So I could pick up this one. Oh fuck! How did that go flying? Oh, no worries, bro. Why did that just get yeeted halfway across the screen? That was insane, bro. Oh, it's so much fun. Yeet. Yeet. Oh, wait. You could do this all day. Yeet. Right, so I'm sorry, I'm fucking around here. It's quite fun. Where did that one go? Okay. Stop it, Mike. Got work to do. Sorry. Fucking hell. What were we doing? Right, we've got the pickup release. We want to add force on the release. This is what we want to do. It needs to be component. Ah, I see why that's not working. Because we're saying object's not being held. That's why it's not working. So the logic won't follow through to that because... I just want to add a little bit of force so that when the player releases it, instead of it just dropping on the floor, there's a bit of a a bit of a throw to it. I'm just gonna have a look at my other projects. I've got a trap, and it bounced people. You know what? Maybe I can tackle that another time. It's not... it's not the end of the world. It would be a nice little feature to have. What I'll do is I'll add that to... add small force to releasing objects undropped. Force forward. That can be on the job list. So at the moment we've got the items drop in, they're highlighting correctly, we can pick them up and then we can drop them. Paper clips are obviously a lot bigger than they're not meant to be that big, it's just for the sake of seeing them. So what we want to do now, the next job is, as you see, I walk around. This is being held at 200 units in front of me, but it's keeping its rotation. It's not rotating with me as I move. So what we need to do is we need to have this object match the rotation of the player, because it just looks odd if you're walking around with this and it's, do you know what I mean? So I'm just trying to think is looked at. What we want to do is we want to have it whilst it's being held. It kind of needs to set target physics handle, carry the pickup, it's holding object, physics handle, set target location. So the carry pickup just trying to think the best place to put this, because Welcome to the stream, Phil Wolf. Thanks for tuning in. So what we want is we want this object to have the same kind of rotation as the camera. Let's just see what difference this makes. So, if we the location is going to be that, but the rotation needs to be that. So if we just see if this does. Perfect. So now, as I'm moving it around, it's rotating it based on where I'm looking at it. But what might be nice is if we had it vertically. So at the moment, for example, the paperclip. It has been a while, but it's saying that your first time chat. It's saying your first time chat. Have you watched before, dude? Right, I just need to think about this. So depending on what angle I pick this up at, you see the difference there. If I pick this up right here, I'm seeing the zip part. If I pick up the paperclip in the middle, we're doing that. If I pick it up at the end, Oh, okay. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do quite a lot of streaming, dude. But thanks for tuning in. I've been streaming all of my game dev and modelling, so I'm working on a project at the moment that's me and a friend are doing. It's going to be like an organisation sim. I'm having too much fun fucking around with the physics. Right, so we've got the rotation on there. That's working better than that. So I think what I'll do is I'll get rid of that one and we'll bring this down. We'll have that one there. Okay, so that's an improvement on the object being held. Pick it up, drop it down, yeet it in the air. Okay. What do we want to do next? I want to give the player the option to adjust the rotation. Now, whilst we're in the carry pickup, that carry pickup function is being called here. So this is going to be happening. It's going to be happening each every like 0.1 of a second, right? But I wanted to have the feature where if the player was holding an item and they liked looking at the object, they could like maybe hold the middle mouse and like change the rotate. They could like the player's movement would be locked and they'd be able to kind of rotate the objects in front of them. So in the carry pickup logic, the rotation, I'm guessing I can't do middle mouse. No, I can't. Maybe I can do it in the event graph here. Okay, so what we want to do now I can foresee a problem here. This is happening pretty much every 0.1 of a second, so if I try and adjust the rotation within the main event graph, this might conflict with it. But I can have a boolean to say is rotating, and then if it is rotating true, then the rotation, I've got it in my head what I need to do. Let's just experiment. So if we do middle mouse, and if we do pressed, we're gonna oh, it's gonna be interesting. So basically Hmm. I don't know how this is going to look. This may or may not be good. Ugh! Okay, returns the distance the mouse travelled since the last event was handled. You basically just want to have it so if the mouse is moved around like this, that's annoying. I need to somehow get the mouse delta that requires an input. Pointer. This is annoying. Oh! Oh, oh, it did something. Did you see that? It did something. Exciting. Set target rotation. Z is the... So, you can see what I was saying about it was fighting that other logic. If we left click, see as I move it, can you see that as I'm pressing the middle mouse? It's basically what's happening is this rotation here is fighting against this one. So what we need to do is if we had a Boolean, let me just think about this. We need to set the rotation. So if I set this, bear with me. If I promote that to a variable, hold on. So that rotation is coming from the world location of the first person camera. So if I promote that to a variable, and call this if we call this rotation, actually let's call it object rotation default, right? And no, I don't think I even need that. No. Bear with me, guys. If that's true, then I'll do that. Right, let me just put that back. Right. So if we had a check to say, I'll tell you what, when this is pressed, let's do a new thing, call it is rotating object, question mark. By default it will be false, so if the middle mouse is pressed, we're going to say they're rotating the object. And then if we release the middle mouse, we're not rotating the object. So now that we've got that Boolean, we can get that, and we can have an if, and we can say, okay, if the player is holding an object, we'll do a check. Are they rotating it? So we're going to say if they're rotating the object, we'll do something else. If they're not rotating it, we do that. So rotating the object. Bear with me, guys. Right, so this logic, in the main player graph, if the player is pressing the middle mouse, we're able to rotate the physics handle, which will affect the held object, and we're saying we're rotating. The moment we release middle mouse, we say we're no longer rotating. And then within the logic for carrying the pickup, if we're holding an object, we're gonna do that. Hold on, carry pickup. Carry pickup. So if we're not rotating it, we're setting the rotation and the location. But if we are rotating it, we're affecting the rotation with a middle mouse. So when we let go, it will revert back to that. This should work. X, Y, Z. I need a drink of my coffee, guys. Let me just think about this. That's to get it to Error? Oh, the target. Well, you're being a little bugger, aren't you? I feel like I'm on the right path. Yeet. Let's try and catch it. I thought I caught that. Okay. Holy shit. Okay, so is it the Z? So the rotation, the location's correct, but the rotation... This might be a bit crazy, but I'm just experimenting here. I don't think that's right. Fucking hell. You know what? I'm gonna... What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna disconnect that. I'm going to disconnect that, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this in here because I've just added it to the job list. So this rotating feature whilst it's held, it's because it's conflicting with this. Because I have, this is essentially happening every 0.1 of a second. So every 10th of a second, this logic. So if the branch did kind of override that, and I will leave that there. I've added it to the job list, guys, so it will get done, don't worry. I know what the problem is. It's basically, it's just conflicting. That did bypass the, this did kind of bypass the logic in here, but I'm not sure if I'm calling the right data. Because we just want to say, okay, if the player's moving the mouse, we need to move the object with the mouse. Tricky one. It's a tricky one. But if we just simulate again, we're able to pick up an object. It's rotating with the camera, because before it was kind of rotating on its original rotation. So, and we've got the right mouse to drop feature. And I quite like the physics in there. So we've got a held item here. What we can do is we can get in the other. We can put in all the other assets, and then what would be also good is to spawn. Have something that spawns the objects. So so it needs to be simple and complex. Is there a way that I can bulk do this? It's a pain in the arse, isn't it? Looks like I'm gonna have to go into each fucking one. Right, if I just copy that, so simple and complex, we need to change. Won't take long, guys. I just need to message my buddy. Sorry, what one did I just do? Grey paperclip. Simple and complex. Cyan one's already done. Simple and complex. Oh, don't jab out on me. It did this yesterday. Fuck's sake. Why is the cursor jabbing out? Why is it doing that? I can actually close my other Unreal project. Nearly there, guys. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, so now all of those will correctly interact with the physics-based stuff. Right, now that we've now we need to add in all the other paper clips. What I'm going to do though, I'm just going to create a spawner because I want the objects to all spawn. So if I just delete those, I'm just going to create a blueprint called spawner. Now, there are different levels. There are different levels that will have different props. So I can make this spawner just for testing this and just getting it to spawn in the objects to save me manually placing them, because when the objects appear, they just have physics, they bump into each other, and then it's naturally littered in a organised kind of in a random fashion as opposed to organised. So If I need to kind of make a parent blueprint of this, I can do it at a later stage. But just for what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add a cube. Just so we've got a okay. So event begin play, we want to spawn actor from class. Uh, bear with me, guys. So what we're doing here is we're gonna have a spawner that will just create the objects for me. Just bear with me 1 second. Just need to send a message. Still here, guys. Just sending a message and then we'll be back in the dev. Bear with me. Whew. Right, let me check my sugars. Okay. Right, so we're gonna get the actor. We're gonna spawn an actor, but the actor we need to spawn, it needs to be an array. That needs to plug into there. So if we just did this, for example, we've plugged in the paperclip beige, and it's going to spawn wherever I place the spawner. If I just say 50, get rid of that one. Plug that into there and that into the loop body. And then it's dropped them all. Fantastic. So apparently that's 50 paper clips. Okay, let's go a bit crazy. Let's do 200. Oh, this is fun. Okay, I got it. So essentially, if we had all 25 props in the game, why can I not? Why is it not letting me? I don't really want to have 25 different classes. Editing this value in a class default object is not allowed. Tell you what, let's just create the other objects. Alright, we've got 5 different paper clips. So, This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. This is fun. I'm really happy with those paper clips I've made. They look really good. Fuck's sake. So we've got beige, blue, brown, green. I don't understand why I can't add multiple things to that array that I had. That's a little bit annoying. Instead of having to do all of this, I could just have an array with the different actors within that array, as opposed to doing this. There we go. That's all the different coloured paper clips. Well, that's what I was trying to do, dude. Look, watch. If I do new, and we call this actor list, or prop list, right? It's an array. And we want to have it as object reference, compile, save. It's grayed out. Editing this value in a class default object is not allowed. So I don't know why. It'd be much easier if I could do this, but I'm not sure why. Do you know why that might be playing around? Because I've got a different right click the actor. It has to be an array. Oh, now it's working. Okay. Right, so I can now get rid of all that. I have a feeling this is... It worked. That's fun. Look at all my beautiful paper clips I made, dude. Okay, so that works. So having a for loop 50 times, we're going through and we're spawning 50 times 5. That's 250. That should be 250 paper clips. Does that look like 250 paper clips? Would you say? Would you say that's 250 paper clips? That doesn't look like 250, does it? I'll tell you what. Let's that's a good idea. Oh. Maybe it is. 328 actors. It doesn't look like 250 though. Does it? One, two, three, four, five. Okay. It's yeah. Right, let's add in the other props. Okay, so we've got the cyan. So what I've been doing is I've been just Control D, duplicating that. Ugh. Going into here. And then copying the name. And then just changing the mesh to that one. This is really fun. I feel like this is coming along quite nicely. I've got 2 jobs added to my list. One is adding a small bit of force when a player releases an object. Not loads, just a small amount. So, because I know there's lots of players that like physics-based fuckery and just dicking around. So, giving that option is a little bit of fun. And then obviously, the rotating the object in the players in front of the player whilst they're holding it. That's a feature I wanted to do. Right, let's do the orange one. Purple. One, two, three, four, and then we need the yellow, my favourite colour, guys. I love yellow, it's such a beautiful colour. Right, I'm going to move that over there. So I've now got active blueprints for the paper clips and the pencil cases. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the array, and we're going to add in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're going to choose case. So case cyan, case green, case orange, case purple, case yellow. Compile, save. Now that's 10. 10 times 5 is 500. What the fuck, bro? Why did they just get yeeted? Oh dear. Okay. They're basically spawning on top of each other and physics is fucking them up. Where's all the paper clips? They must be proper yeeted everywhere. Okay. Maybe... if we space them apart. No, collision default. Wait, what was default on that? Default. Those two always spawn, ignore collisions. Try to adjust location. There we go. Where's the paper clips, bro? Right, so 10 times we're going through this prop list and we're spawning one of everything in the loot body. Spawn an actor from that. The loot body is to spawn that. Let's try one. I'm a little bit concerned about my paper clips. I'm not seeing them. Look at the stats. It's been yeeted into oblivion. Oh, that is funny. Right, okay, so we need to have it so wherever the actor is, it will like pick a random X and a Y. The Z will stay the same. What we need to do is the X and the Y. So basically, whatever this X is, So, hold on. So we're getting that X, and then we're going to say, okay, whatever this X is, we're going to do a minus, let's say, 1,000. Right? And then, whatever that is, plus 1,000. And then basically what that's doing is it's getting the X and the Y of our spawner, and then we're saying, okay, from that spawner I want you to pick a random number that is going to be anywhere between minus 1,000 to plus 1,000 of that spawner's position. Pick that, and then that'll be the thing. This way, all of the objects should spawn at a different place. That works. But then we need to have something to say. It's tricky, isn't it? Because so what did we have that on? That was only one loop, so that only spawned 10 actors. Let's do it to 20 times 10, 200. Here we go. That's fucking loads of pencil cases. Like bricks. Okay, let's get organising, guys. Let's do 500. It's doing the job though. I mean, before it was little poor little paper clips. They were getting yeeted everywhere. I'm really happy with my pencil cases. You know, I think I've done a nice job of modelling those. Yeet! Yeet! Okay, sorry, I've got to stop dicking about. Right, so that's working. This messy looking noodle ball of spaghetti. It's doing a job, my pedigree chums. So, I know this could be tidied up. But for the time being, it does what we need it to do. I'll add that to the job list. Rework spawn manager so objects aren't yeeted. Dude, these little strings are just an eyesore, you know? There we go. Alright, let's just move this down here. so it's less garish. Garish. It's a funny word, that, isn't it? Garish. There we go. Nice, tidy blueprints. Yes, I have OCD. You've probably noticed I like things tidy. It's funny, isn't it? Making an organisation simulation game. And I've got OCD. My friend I'm making this with, he's also got like a bit of OCD or autism as well. So we're both like, it's just the irony that we're making this game. It's quite funny. Okay, so shall we get in our other objects, guys? We've got pencils to put in, skizzers and staplers. So I need to go in again and create the blueprints for those. I'm just going to have a swig of my coffee. I go through so much coffee whilst I'm streaming. Like when I'm modelling or doing logic, programming, whatever. Coffee is my fuel, you know? Okay, so we've got pencil, paper clips and pencil cases. So it's going to be the pencils next. Pencil green. Go into that. Close these. Mesh. Why is that so high? Why the fuck does that look elevated? That's a little bit disconcerting. It doesn't look at that. Huh. Why does the thumbnail for that? Can you see that? Look at the thumbnail here on the bottom. That's central, but on this one it's fucking levitating. What's going on? What is going on? It's all gravy. Right, next up is orange. Orange. And remember, guys, a lot of these colours you guys picked. You picked the colours. I only picked one or two. That's called viewer interaction. Okay. Next up is purple. And then red. Whenever I see the word red, I just want to say Red Dead Redemption. Just because. Yellow. Right, just close. If I just save all, close all these little tabs. Okay, so we've got the pencils in. So I'm just going to add those to our array. Top one just has some extra icons on the bottom of the thumbnail. Oh, okay. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now what I should be able to do actually is just drop these on top. So if I just green. Right, should we give it a go? What I'll do, I'll drop that down to 5. Oh, you know what we should do? Have you noticed they're all a bit unison? We need to add random rotation. I love my pencils. That's the first pencil I ever modelled. It's beautiful. It's a nice orange one. Yeet! Fus Rodar! Fucking hell. Oh, I can't control myself, guys. What we want to do is we want to have a random Z rotation. That's what we need, guys. Actually, yeah, we don't need to transform the X or the Y. I mean, to be fair, we could, because it's going to get... If we just rotated on the Z, then they're all going to... It might be funny if 1 or 2 pencils are on their arse. So... 0, 360, so that will be on the Z. And then... I guess we could do it for the other ones as well. Hey, we got one sitting up. Beautiful. Good job. Yeet. Yeet. Anything else standing up? So that should be... Oh man, I love yeeting these objects into oblivion. Did anyone get the Fus Radar reference? I love these pencils, dude. I love them so much, I'll just yeet them. That is working really nicely. So having this just randomizes the rotation. That's really, really luscious. Okay, so let's put in the other props, guys. So we've got 17, so yeah, 15, so we've got 10 more to do. So scissors is next. Oh, yawning. Why is that coming out red? Oh, who picked the blood orange yesterday? Wasn't that RP? That was the blood orange. It's very red. It's very much like the scissors we had at school growing up. One, two, three, four. We need one more. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Close that. Save all. Now we're going to go to our prop list and then we're going to add these next 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then just drop those scissors. Okay. Imagine those falling on your head. Pair of scissors, mate. Crazy. Who picked the pink? Who picked the maroon? Why is that in the floor? What the fuck? Can't be in the floor, dude. This is really fun and it's very colourful as well, which is really nice. It's nice having all the different colours. Like there's something cool about it. I quite like the lime green handles. You picked some good colours yesterday, guys. I think we definitely need like a very tiny cursor, because I know it highlights objects when you look at them, but just for people that might have visibility or accessibility problems. Where's that purple one go? Okay, so when the item's collected, we don't need the outline. So if the item is collected, we don't need the outline. It's only when we're looking at it. So I'll add that to the list. Disable outline for held object. More a little bug fix than anything. Okie dokie. So we've got to put in the staplers now, guys. So let's do it. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. I'm having a lot of fun with this. It's very fun just fucking around with the physics. I don't play that many physics-based games, but it is a bit like a little playground for just mucking about. Last one. How long have I been streaming for? Nearly 4 hours. Jesus. Okay, I'm going to save all. And on the spawner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to add in the staplers. Move that over there. So 5 times 25 is 125 items. What is knocking the object? I'm wondering if it's my... I did set it to overlap on the... I want to do more. Let's do 10. 10 times 25, 250. There's a couple that have landed upright. Look at that. We've got a stapler over here. Look at the way the scissors have landed. Brilliant. Oh, mate, they're pointed right towards me. That was a little bit terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. Let's put it up to 20. That's a lot of mess to tidy up, guys. Jesus Christ. I love it. Right, so we need to stop the player from moving the objects. We only want the objects to interact with each other, or else. But it's strange. Sometimes I don't do it. I can run through it. It's only every couple of instances. That looks so nice and colourful, though. Like, that really does. That's really... There's something about that that's quite pleasing to look at. That's really cool, isn't it? Well, those are my 5 props. I know my friend has modelled some more stuff. He's done like a diary. So I just want to yeet it. Stop it! Oh my god. Right, what was the other thing I needed to do? Stop player knocking objects. Okay, 5 jobs there. Alright, so we've successfully got a prop list for the level with... They're basically 5 individual assets, but with 5 variants of those, making that a total of 25 props. Our prop list, there's still quite a few things on there. So, should I call the stream there and then maybe do some modelling tomorrow, model some more assets. I mean, what I would like to do is get the I want to have the name of the object. So essentially, so we'll ever so slightly rework this, or probably because at the moment it's an open world. So you know how all the paper clips and everything's getting flung around? That's because we haven't got an enclosed room. What might be interesting, what's the theme for this game? This is an organising simulation, Cabretti. Welcome to the stream, bro. The idea is you'll be in a shop and you basically have to pick. This is the first level. Me and my friend, I'm making this with a friend, and we've got like 20 different levels planned, and the scope for expansion on this is enormous, absolutely enormous. But we did a wheel spin, and stationary was the first level that was chosen. So we've been modelling assets that you would find in a stationary shop. And the idea is you go round. These wouldn't be this spaced apart. What I'm going to do is... yeah, exactly. We've got some really, really cool ideas. I'm not going to say what the other levels are yet. Once we've got this functional level done, because at the moment we've got the highlighting feature working when you look at objects. You can click it, you can move it around, right mouse to release. So I need to plan out the wireframe for the UI, how things will work. I want to get a name feature pop up, so you'd get a name showing up what the item is, and then you'd have a store layout where each item has its home where it needs to be put. So that's the idea. And yeah, but it's pretty cool. It's very fun, and it's very colourful as well. And there's lots of other assets. If I just have a look at my list. Right, I'm not sure if... Can you guys see that? Those are the remaining props to model. So there's going to be quite a few more things for this level. And then it'll be a matter of modelling the interior of the store to create the level environment, and then it will be modelling the shelves where all of these individual items will get stored. So yeah, there's quite a lot to do. But it's like the core functionality with just picking up, spawning the objects. Oh, that's what I wanted to quickly test. If we got a light, we have got a light in here, haven't we? If I just scale this up. No, hold on. 1 minute. Okay, right, let's just put in a light. Not a point light. There we go. Oh yes, yeah, honestly dude, I don't want to say about the other levels because there is a lot, and I mean a lot of exciting levels we're really excited to build. So I'm getting all the programming side of it in, getting all the functionality, how things will be stored. I need to plan a load of it out on paper with like the game loop and stuff. It's fairly straightforward, but just having it outlined. And yeah, right, so what I've got, what I want to do with the spawner, I'm going to change this now to 500. The reason why we had such a large area there was because things were getting yeeted into oblivion. Oh, that's much better, isn't it? I can shrink that even more. If we do 250. Yeah, so basically you'd open a level and you'd have all this shit to sort through. And when you pick up an item, it will say what it is. And then you would take it to its shelf where it belongs. And I quite like the physics being on there. Like, I think it'll be fun. It's really fun just watching. It's so much fun. I just love how colourful it is as well. It's very pleasing to just look at. What I'm gonna do is that's the look at. Yeah, so it's on my job list because at the moment you can see as the player's walking, I'm knocking them. So that's on my job list to stop the player from moving objects by walking into them. So I just need to look into whereabouts on the player that's being caused. So basically the only physics interaction will be the objects with each other like this. Because you're going to get players that are going to want to just fuck around and throw stuff around because it is fun. I've had a lot of fun just... Oh. Where did that go? I threw it out the wall. Do you know what I mean? People are going to have a lot of fun just, you know, they'll be sorting stuff and then they'll be like, I just want to throw this apple or this banana or sword or shield. So I may as well no, I don't want to tell you guys. I want to tell you guys the levels that we have planned, but I don't, because there's some really good levels. I think I'm going to call that there though, because we've made quite a lot of progress from last night's stream with the issues with the highlighting. And for those that weren't here when the fix was found, it's basically under the rendering. It's to do with nanites. What you need to do is if you're trying to have objects highlight in your game and it's not highlighting, under the static mesh you need to search for nanite, disallow nanite, and then problem solved. So I'm going to call the stream there, guys. I'm not sure if I'll be on tomorrow, because I need to plan stuff out on paper. I need to sketch out the level designs, as in the layout of the shops, plan how things will work, where the information will be displayed on the screen, such as the name of the item that's been collected. So yeah, there's a fair bit to do, but it won't take too long. What I might do tomorrow, guys, is do a daytime modelling stream, because there are still a few more assets to make. So I will probably get on that. So if you enjoyed the stream, guys, and you're watching on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. If you're watching on Twitch, you can follow if you want to stay up to date. And if you want to see any previous streams I've done, you can check out my YouTube below. I've got playlists for Unreal, Unity and Blender, and that's hilarious. So I've got playlists for the 3 different engines, so game development as well as modelling. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next stream. Ciao for now.